You know, that's why you can't hear me, because I didn't turn the microphone on. Hello, everyone. So that's what, half an hour of complete silence for you guys? Yay. Right, so I'll answer the questions again. First in order, hi Commander Autism. Hi Kieran. Sylvaneth are pretty okay for putting together. They can be a little bit fiddly. This is, yeah, one of the more fiddly, but not too bad ones. Not too bad at all. It's not as bad as the Dryads. Hello, Arnold. And thanks for pointing out that I wasn't actually streaming audio. Right. Where did I put that? Oh, I got 3 skulls out and one of them's gone. Where did it go? Pinged off into the nether somewhere. Right, okay. So I have actually been chatting this whole time and just not realising that I wasn't actually transmitting. So apologise for that. But hey, if I was anything approaching professional, you'd think I'd been switched with someone else. Oops. Okay, and we'll stick another one up there as well, I think. Nope. Where'd that go? Anyone see where that went? There it is. So all that fascinating, insightful stuff I was talking about with the new Sylvaneth battle tome and everything like that. You missed all that, didn't you? Oh, well, that's a shame. I was making some fascinating points as well. Real groundbreaking, intelligent stuff. Shame. Where's the other one for that? I'm sure I've got another skull sprue. I do have another skull sprue. And that's what I wanted. Ooh, new contrasts. Good question. I have been finding myself, because of what I've been painting lately, which has been I've been fiddling around with admeching and all sorts of stuff like that. I have been getting a lot of use out of what's it called? Where is it? That's it. Garagak's Sewer is possibly one of my favourites, but it does depend what I'm doing. Pilar Glacier is also very good for different things, and these three are just incredible. They're really strong pigment in there, and they're single pigment as well, so you can get a really strong effect out of them. in terms of the shades, I think my favourite so far is not that. That's a contrast paint. Again, depending on what I'm using it for, but I've been using this on my word bearers and various other things as well. And this in combination with Green Stuff World coagulated blood creates really nice blood effect on weapons. Really nice. So yeah, big thumbs up for the new contrast paints. I've not tried the new No Law formulation, but if it's anything like the other shades, it should be quite good. Right, what am I going to do with that? Have I got it out, and then am I not going to use it? Yeah, alright, what do we think of that? Do we like that? Does that look natural? Or could we... No, let's not go too clever. Yeah, I think that's about the only place it can go, really, isn't it? Just hook it round the branch and glue it in place like it's been left there as some sort of... Right, I like little mini shrines. I like little mini shrines with my Sylvaneth. I like the idea that there is a terrified human settlement nearby, and they go as far into the woods as they dare. They find a suitable tree or a suitable rock, and they daub it with stuff in a superstitious manner and leave skulls there, and you know, although they don't talk about it, they'll never talk about it. They occasionally leave human sacrifices and babies and things like that, because that's how my brain works. Because all my Sylvaneth are from what is it, Dreadwood? Yeah, Dreadwood Glade, I think. So they're really angry, spiteful, vengeful things. Yeah, I think we can probably fill that in with texture paint. Yeah, looks alright. Cool, on to the next. Right. Right. 14, 15, 16. What I'm going to do is I'm going to assemble the entire squad and then paint the entire squad. And that's probably what I do. It's going to be a longer stream than normal, but then it's going to have to be. That's 19. It's not that one. 14, 15, 16. So none of that. That's 16. One thing I was complaining about when nobody could hear me was the way they've done these. You can't leave the spectral element of the body separate as a sub-assembly very easily, which is generally how I like to do these half spectral, half twig things. So that was a bit irritating. So that was 16, which is that bit there. 15 is right here. So I dare say you also missed me having a good old go at the Games Workshop scraping tool. Which is basically the exact same as using the back of a knife, except you don't have the benefit of also having the front of the knife. So they're great. You know, not great kind of way. Can't remember what I've said now. Have I said the thing about having a really, really sharp knife and you being less likely to cut yourself if you have a really sharp knife? Because that's true. You'd be so careful. Just little bits, and you want to sort of slice rather than cut. If you're feeling any kind of resistance, stop. Because if you're meeting resistance and you just sort of force through it, you're likely to drive your knife into your thumb. You know how I'm holding the knife here, very, very steady, and you get an awful lot of control that way. It's surprising. You get a lot of people trying to use the knife like that, and don't do that. Hook it right in, and you get right in there. Depending on the job you're doing, obviously. Sometimes, yeah. Right, so that's that one. That's that one. That's that one. And we need part 14, which is there. And moving on, we need part 17, which is that leg there. That's part 17. I need one of them. Don't matter which one. I'll just use that one because it's there. Ah, 1920. That's on to the next one. Okay. Has he not got an arrow? No, right, okay. Right, I see what's going on here. Right, okay. So hasn't got an arrow. It might be a she, actually. Who knows? Definitely a she, spelt S-I-D-H-E. Yeah. So their hands like that is because they've released the arrow. He says making a gesture off camera that you can't see, so you know that was worth it. Anyway, oh, that's kind of weird. That. Okay, amateur archer coming through here. You see how he's got his two fingers, which should be hooked around the bowstring. There, you don't do that. You use three fingers always. Unless, and this is what's interesting about this other technique here, that looks like they've used a thumb hook technique and released rather than the three fingers. Yeah, so you do one above and two below the arrow. Never like that. That's Hollywood and rubbish. But that looks like he's it's more of an oriental kind of hook your thumb around the bowstring and pull that way, and then you sort of flick and release. And anyway, archery nerdery. As always, dry fit first. How does that fit on there? Ah, short answer, it doesn't. It fits on this bit. Yay! Okay, so does that no. Okay, that bit fits on there. Yes. Like so. And a bit more shaving to do there. Get out of the way. So what are you guys doing with your Saturday, other than watching me make a fool of myself for half an hour before I realised the microphone wasn't switched on? What amazes me is that CA and Kieran came on and didn't say anything to say that they couldn't hear me. You can't get the staff. How's that going there? Right, okay, so knee somewhat down. I think that's it. Making a YouTube video. What are you doing? Reacting to mine. Imagine that quite a fun video, wouldn't it? Moog's Hobby Workshop. Competent painter reacts. Yeah. Dutch spoken. Oh, that's useful. Dutch spoken hobby channel in the Netherlands. Although I'd imagine you probably get away with an English spoken one in the Netherlands as well. Oh, that's one thing I love about Europe. Everyone speaks such fantastic English. Even better than the English. Oh, full Dutch spoken. I was going to say I'd check that out, but I don't speak Dutch, unfortunately. I can get drunk and speak German though. That's kind of the same thing, right? Joking, obviously. I've forgotten the head, which is what she said. 18, there we are. How's that head go on? Quoth she. Right, I think that way. Yep, I think that's it. Sort of hooks round, goes on. No, that's not right. Oh, that's so wrong. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, oh. It's tragic. Are we sure that's... Let's pull that off a sec as well. Okay, that's kind of irritating. So definitely 18. Yep, it's definitely 18. $330. You're doing a lot better than I am. Maybe I ought to start speaking Dutch, eh? So just, hey Kev, is it just painting content you do, or do you do bat reps and things, or? Oh God, that's so wrong. Why does that not work? Something very wrong here. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. There's right. That pose. Oh, that's so silly. Right. So that's definitely how it does go on there. Just like what I was saying earlier about it, there's suddenly be a point where it just sort of works, and you occasionally got to fiddle around with it to make that to find where that point is, and there is that point. But that pose, just imagine where the bowstring is. Oh, that's silly. Oh, okay, cool. I shall stick a link to your channel in the description when I'm done, if I can find it. And then all these other people who watch my channel that can't speak Dutch either can go and check you out. Right, I wasn't going to stick skulls on all of these bases because it's just fiddly, but this is just, I mean, look, it's just asking for it, really, isn't it? It really is. Yeah, that's happening. Oh, let's pick a good one. Let's pick a good one. I don't really want a goat skull. Those are all 40k skulls. Those aren't skulls at all. Right, okay. Yeah, just a little one, I think. Just tuck it in there. There we go. I'll use that one. Looks like it was made for it. Now somewhere, he says, I'll pop that over to one side. There's that. Somewhere I have a big-ish box of resin bits. And in here somewhere there is probably or maybe there isn't. Maybe I'll put that somewhere else. No, maybe that was somewhere else. No, I was looking for candles. No candles. Not even one candle, let alone 4 candles. Can't imagine anyone watching is going to get that reference. Kev might. Four candles. Got any O's? Right. Number 4. The larch. 19. There we are. That was surprisingly appropriate, wasn't it? The larch. As we're doing haunted twigs. $22. 22, the avenue. $21. Bit of an insight into my music taste there. 22, the avenue. $23. Oh, these heads are so. Oh god. No, I'm gonna have to go downstairs. I think the old arm model I used with one of these heads is downstairs, so that's probably a little bit too long away from the camera. Oh, it's on my my Instagram. Picture of that, my autark with a Sylvaneth head. 20. Yeah, okay, probably need that bit as well. but they're so useful, and they fit Drakari as well. In fact, they probably more fit Drakari more than Craftworld Elder. Cheese sandwich. Hello. Interesting find for your algorithm. What do you reckon is your algorithm? What would it should it be pointing you at? Go. Using the back of the knife again, just along the mould lines. Not yet invested in. Well, what hobby are you normally invested in? Is it scale models or? So yet's the operative word there. Join us. Hey Jamie. Join us and you too can have lots and lots of plastic and no disposable income. It's bliss. Yeah, D&D's usually the gateway drug, yep. Welcome. Okay, so we've got that, 22, and that. Okay, let's try and stick this together. Warhammer 40k, yep, that's my usual bailiwick, but branching it out into Age of Sigmar at the moment. Right, so we're on this one, aren't we? Right, 19 and 20, so yes, that does go together like that. Fair warning, cheese sandwich, it is a heck of a rabbit hole. If you've got friends into 40k, they will tell you. But it's weirdly rewarding, weirdly. Certainly rewarding for Games Workshop. Right, let's see how that slots together. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yep, that's what I was talking about. You'll struggle to find the right angle and then suddenly, boom, it's there. A lot of people use super glue for their sticking their miniatures together, and that's fine, especially if you're using resin as well. Well, it's the only way to go if you're using resin as well. But when I'm using plastic miniatures and sticking other bits of plastic to them, I use poly cement because it creates a stronger bond. Super glue, although strong, can be brittle, which is useful occasionally. Okay, so we've got a slight join line there. Now, if I was really anal retentive about it, I would get some plastic putty or something and fill that in before painting, but I'm not that anally retentive about it. I don't paint to pass competitions and win competitions. I paint to get things on the table in a reasonable state so they don't look completely awful. Okay, that's weird. Huh. There we are. I think that's right. Yep. Well, if it's not right, it looks right and it looks cool, so we'll go with that. Oh, that's nice. YouTube's emailed me to tell me I'm live. That's good. That's really nice. Right. Does that slot in there and go around, or? Yes. Yes, it does. That's kind of cool. That's not in there properly. Yeah. All right. Alright, let's try that again. That's not quite right. That needs a bit of trimming, which is unusual. In fact, I might actually snip that off. Okay, well, that's kind of a cool pose, I like that. I'm standing by my initial assessment that these things look much better without the wings than they do with the wings. But they're a flying unit, so you kind of have to put the wings on them. Where did I put my bases? There's the bases. He says, reaching across the camera in a dazzling display of professionalism. Okay, why have we got 6 bases? There's only 5 in there, isn't there? Oh, there's only 5. Yeah, units of 5. Why have we got 6 bases? What's that? Is that in there? No, that's not in there. Oh well, free base. Again, head over the centre of the base if you can, because that tends to be where the balance point is. Pop that over to the side. Next. Could I replace the wings with something? I mean, yes. Yes, I could. I don't know what I would replace them with, though. I mean, I don't mind the wings in themselves. The wings in themselves look kind of fairy-like, which is very in keeping. It's just the fact that they're attached to a moth. A living thing, just carrying around a haunted twig. It's just... It's weird to me. It's weird to me. And I get the bug reference, even though I don't really get kind of... A cape. Could I do a cape? If I was much better with green stuff, I could probably do a cape. Green stuff's an epoxy resin. 2-part. You sort of mix it together and then mould it and model with it. I'd show you, but I don't know where my stuff is. Let's have a look. Is it in my box? Examine my box of tricks. I can't see the green stuff, but that's milliput, same deal, 2-part epoxy, sort of rub the 2 parts together and mould them and sort of knead them into a thing and then model with them. Behaves like clay. And air cures in about a couple of hours, 6 hours depending on the climate. But yeah, people do all kinds of crazy stuff with that. Arnold, yes, I do play. Yep, I do play. Occasionally when I get a chance. Could I glue the wings straight onto the model? Now that's a fair question. That is a fair and good question. I mean, the answers to that would be yes. I could, in theory, do that. I'm just trying to work out if it does actually matter which wings go on which model. I don't think it does. No, they seem fairly interchangeable, so let's give that a go. 34 and 35. So I'm not going to cut up anything yet, but I just want to... There we are, 34. See how that works. No, I don't need. Otherwise, I'll forget. Yeah, my normal live stream's on a Wednesday night, 7:30 UK time. This was literally an experiment to see if anyone would actually look and watch. It's been an interesting experiment. Well, there's your answer. Yes, could. However, right, okay. Now there's your problem. You see that this is wood back here. You'd kind of want them coming out of the fairies back somehow. I mean, yeah, you could, but that's way more cutting into the model than I can really get into at the moment. Maybe if I'll buy another box and give that a go. Yeah, not a bad shout. Not a bad shout. But for now, I think the bug carrying the haunted twig thing is kind of the way forward. Which is a shame because it's silly, but you know. 3D prints, yes. I've not actually seen that many Sylvaneth 3D print alternatives, to be honest. I'm sure they're out there. I've not really been looking, to be honest. But on the odd occasion where I have searched on Cults 3D or CT Trader or something like that, I've not found anything specifically Sylvaneth or anything like that. The other problem with that is that although Warhammer World is my local hobby space, I suppose, that's where the tables are that I can most easily get at, and they don't allow resin parts at all. So no custom heads, no custom arms, no custom weapons, nada. Everything's got to be a Games Workshop product. Now, they're okay with unpainted models. I kind of get that. I mean, it's a bit disappointing because it's you know, they're beautiful tables, and it'd be nice to see beautifully painted miniatures, but not everyone paints. That's fine. I get that. But yeah, they're really strict on no custom heads and arms and legs and things. So no, that's not really an option for me, unfortunately. Quick sip of coffee and on to the next. Alright, where did we get up to? I think we're up to 5, aren't we? 24, 25, yep. So that's 25. That's 25. 24 is that. I mean, I get where they're coming from with the bug aesthetic, because they put Ilariel the Everqueen on a massive stag beetle, because why not? But 26. Where's 26? If you spot it first, let me know. 26, there we are. Which is there. Now I do have a second box of these because I wanted a unit of 10. So maybe I have to buy a third box to try her out and try the fairy wing thing. Head number 28. Here we go. Excuse me. Right. Quick clean up. Back of the blade. Just getting the little mould lines off where the two parts of the mould have met, and the points where the model has joined onto the sprue need shaving off as well. As I say, some people are more anal about that than others. I tend to be less anal, generally. But I'm told if you don't at least give it a go, you get funny comments on Instagram when you paint it up and stick it up on there. People go, there's a mould line there. Which of course isn't what they mean. There might not be a mould line there. What they mean is, oh, you paint better than I do and I'm jealous, so I'm just going to throw shade at you. Which sadly happens all too often. Not to me though, because I don't paint better than anyone, but I'm told it can happen. Right, okay. How did I miss that? I say I'm not anal about these things, but if I see something that's going to be obviously ick on the final model, or might actually stop the model going together, which I think that might be in such a position that it might, yeah, it's best to get those bits. It doesn't take too long. Right, 24 and 25. That's part 25, that's part 24. They go together. Thus, and I'm going to get that bit as well because that's going to stop models going together. Shavy shavy, not cutty cutty. Any resistance, stop cutting. You need less of this than you think. Well, I need less of this than I think. You guys might be a much better judge. 26 is that bit, which is the quiver. So yes, that's demonstrating that it is the quiver. Because I had a little query about what those little things on the side of the models were. Oh, missing one there. I'll do that now or off I get. There we go. And now he's got a quiver as well. Excellent. Excellent. Again, that's going to stop the miniature going together cleanly. I mean, these models aren't too bad. These are certainly not the worst models I've seen for flashing and mould lines. And GW's got an awful lot better at this. Okay, so that's that way around. There we are. Yeah, like that. You like that? It's got a little. Oh, did I just shave that off? I think I did. Oh well. Yeah, there was a little shaped knobble on there that I thought was a sprue joint, but it would have slotted into a hole in the shoulder there and positioned it correctly. But you know what? Taking it off allows me to position it how I want it, which I'm okay with. Okay, let's look at the instructions there. So the hair goes over the arm. Here we go. I mean, these guys are properly dynamic. I really do like them. They are a far, far cry from the whatever the other ones are, the spike something lancers. Which are verging on boring, really. Right, okay, that might need a spot more glue. Head over the centre-ish, just kind of like there. So that's glued in position. I'm going to get a few more skulls, but not for aesthetic purposes now. I'm going to put some more support around the base of that using skulls. So I'll use that skull. I will use one of them. And there's another half skull, I'll use that as well. Generally, when I'm basing, I mean, I've broken the rule here, but yeah, I find it's aesthetically put my teeth back in, aesthetically better to use odd numbers of items. So use one skull, use 3 skulls, unless you've got a massive pile of skulls, in which case don't get particularly fussed about counting them out. It just tends to look better that way. And the same applies to things like tufts and things. So if you're going to use tufts, use 1 tuft or use 3 tufts. Don't use 2 tufts. Two tufts looks weird. Right, okay. Let's stick that in place. Let's not have you lying down. Let's have you kind of up against the model there. And because you're there for support, we're going to drip a little bit of glue down between. This is probably going to be fine on its own, but it's a very narrow join point, and I'm just a little bit paranoid about it. So push that right up against it as well. Get them joined to the base. So rather than that thin-ish contact point you've got, yeah, you just widened out the base basically. So longish, what? Yeah, longish. I'm going to at least try and get some paint on one at the very least. Before I'll probably on till another three or 4 hours possibly. I don't know. Depends how we go. Don't feel obliged to stick with me all day though. This is basically just me filming a hobby session. Good man. See you later. I don't need to look at the numbers for this because it's literally the only one left. Okay. Now, why would it have a peg on it? Why would it have a peg on it? It doesn't have a peg on it. Okay, that's already cut. Got that there. And that there. Probably need that as well. Do we want that one? You know what, let's not go with that one. Let's use this one with the wings unfurled. A bit more interesting. There we go. Let's put that over there with the rest of them. Right. Shavy. There we go. There does seem to be a mould line on most of these bows, so that's something to be aware of if it's something that concerns you. And there'll be one on the other side of it as well. That comes off super easy. There we go. Oop. Cool beans. Right. Oh. Shoulders are hunching. Oh. Roll my shoulders. Oh, I feel exactly how old I'm getting. Right, there we go. Keep seeing little bits that need shaving. Right. You know, it would really help if I was looking at the right bit of instructions. What? 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 I've just assembled that one. That's that one. Have I missed one? Which one am I assembling here? Oh, every day's an adventure. It's this one, no? Yes. Is it? Yes, it's this one again. I've already done one of them. How did that happen? Answers on a postcard. Oh well, never mind. Don't know how that happened. I'm sure I made them in order. Okay. Ah, there we are. Oh, that's a tiny join point. Oh, that's going to be fun. Let's get the arms on there. And the quiver. And get a spot on there for the head. Well, we're going to use this one, won't we? We were. Well, we are now upside down. There we are. Again with the, I don't know whether you can see that. Again with the 2-finger arrow grip. Oh, is that 3? Is that 3? No. Yes? No? I can't see. No, that's 2. Again with the head not sitting quite right. Yeah, she looks quite cool. I mean, these are beautiful models, aren't they? Beautiful. They're going to be tricky to paint though. Well, they're going to be tricky the way I would normally paint these. There we go. That's really cool. So there's 5 of them. And just because it's probably a good idea, I'm going to stick the bugs together as well. So that was 34 and 35, wasn't it? And then I got clipped off earlier. That's wing number 34. And there's body and wing number 35. There we go. There's one. 36 and 37. There's part number 37. There we go. I think I might need another pot of cement. I shall go to Amazon in a sec. Oh, in a sec after I finish the stream. Should have enough to get these done. He says. Shave that off. Shavey. Back of the blade. Get the mould line off. Um, 39, 38 and 39. 38 is done. No, that one, I think. No. Yes, 39 is this bit. What is that? Yeah, this isn't a terrible kit. It's alright. I've certainly put together worse. There. I don't normally twist bits off, but yeah, whatever. You'll forgive me if I do the odd thing off camera, because I'm concentrating on, not doing things like that. Never mind. Adds character. Battle damage. Anything else useful on there? Nope. Yeah. So I'm trying to concentrate on getting into a position where I can do things accurately and safely rather than on camera with my camera set up. I'm sure you don't mind. but that's why. Occasionally things drift off the side. There we go. Let's get this glue together. Well, they are moths. Look at the antenna on them, they're definitely mothy type things. With earwig bottoms. Do moths have those kind of things? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not an entomologist. Right. Okay, let's clear the decks, because we're not gluing anything else together yet. So we'll pop that somewhere where we'll lose track of it and not be able to find it in a minute. Put our spare 32mm base where we'll instantly lose it. There we go. I don't know where I put that. It's lost. Don't know whether I'll have a use for that, but we'll pop it in a thing just in case. And move these bugs out of the way. Come on, bugs. Silly little bug things. Right, you can sit over there on a big pile of skulls, because that's how I roll. You guys move out of the way temporarily, because it is time. I'll put that back on there. Pop that in the thingy. Yeah, it is time to find, if I can remember where I put it. Oh, really? Where did I put it? I'm looking for my wet palette. Oh, there it is. I mean, it's not a small thing to lose. It's quite large. Put it somewhere. Don't know where it went. Right. Time for the airbrush. Because I have a definite recipe for these. It does involve an airbrush, unfortunately. But it also involves dry brushing. Right, okay. Airbrush. Okay, we're cooking my gas there, that's good. Knock a bit of airbrush flow improver through it just to make sure that we're okay, that's proper gunked up there. Let's have a quick degunking session. So the inner workings are fine. It's just a case of getting the gunk off the end of the airbrush. Give it a quick wipe. These are sorts of things you should really do before you put your airbrush to bed at night, but you know, those of you who know me, I don't know why, but this airbrush is always slightly off aim. So you end up with a build-up of gunk on one side of the nozzle cover, particularly with primers. Other way around. There we go. Happy days. Be happier days if I put that knife away before I cut myself. Right, okay. Definitely going to use some of that, but first I'll start off with a black. So there's my miniatures. 1, 2, 3. I'm sure I had 5. There we are. 4, 5. Good amount of gunk in there. Make sure it's coming out. It's not, because why would it? It's a good job I've got another airbrush gun coming. Right, okay. That is the character, so I'll start off with the character. See if we can get that flowing a bit better. A couple of drops of flow improver. Give it a mix around with a dead brush. Move the needle around a bit. Marginal. Yeah, I invested in a new airbrush gun because this is kind of a cheap one. I've not been taking particularly good care of it, to be honest. So I bought another cheap one. Buy cheap, buy often, as they say. Unless you're Captain Vimes. There's an interesting theory with regards to boots and socio-economical inequality. A boot theory or shoe theory, one or the other. This Terry Pratchett, bless him, was very good at including social commentary into his works. Very good. But the boot theory of socioeconomics works on the notion that if you are poor, you can't afford expensive boots. Yeah, the Vimes theory of boots, there we are. You can't afford expensive boots. So you could pay $80 on a decent, good pair of boots that will last you a good long while. But you haven't got $80, so you're forced to spend $20 on a cheap pair of boots. Which won't last you anywhere near as long. So you end up a couple of months down the line buying another $20 pair of boots. And a couple of months later, another $20 pair of boots. And before too long, you end up spending far more than the person who spent $80 on an expensive pair of boots over the amount of time. And it's true. It is very true. You'd normally call something like that a false economy, and it is a false economy, but it's the only economy some people can afford, which is the tragedy of the world. Say the tragedy of the world, one of the many tragedies of the world. I don't know, call me a lefty, call me a commie, call me whatever you want. I think the world would be a lot better place if people cared more about helping other people than they did about increasing their bank balance to a point where they've got way more money than they could ever spend. Got myself thinking about politics again now. It's never a good thing, especially in this country. If anyone's watching this and isn't aware, we have a government at the moment that is spending hundreds of thousands of pounds sending one individual to Rwanda. Except they're not sending one individual, they're trying to send lots of individuals. Hundreds of thousands of pounds each, and yet we have people in this country that go to bed hungry. Where does that start being right? £900,000 to paint a jetliner so that our Prime Minister can swan around in a jetliner that has the Union Jack painted on it. Yeah, kids go to bed hungry. Redecorating the Downing Street flat. Wallpaper, 850 quid a roll. Kids go to bed hungry. Yeah. Anyway, I think we've established that I'm a lefty. So this is a grey Xenophil. Yeah. And they're going to try and get a lot more on the actual ghost spirit. So that automatically gets brighter than the wood around it. There we go. Starting to get spots coming out there. What's going on there? Right, okay, that should help. You'll see what I'm doing here. I'm sure you've seen me do this before. I'm pulsing the airbrush so you get a little jet of paint and a little jet of of air just following it to dry things off, so it just, you're less likely to get pooling that way. I'm mostly doing it directly from above, or from where the light source is that you'll be using, but that's more critical for if you're doing a display piece or something like that. You want to get the light consistent. But if you're just trying to quickly knock out models for the figures for the table, it's not nearly so critical. I'm just trying to get a good amount of grey coverage on the mini. And again, getting lots on the ghost. And there's not going to be much in the way of shade on the ghost, because the ghost is going to be giving off light. Bit more of your zenithal on things you're trying to draw attention to as well, like the skulls around the base. Just going to pop a bit of airbrush throw improver in there. Flow improver. Mix it through. So there's a spot of OSL, or preparation for OSL, going on here as well. So the ghost is going to be giving off light. So around the ghost, on the wood around the ghost, there's also going to be a lot of light spill there as well. So there's a bit more light prime around there. Didn't quite get the head on straight there. Oh well. Sure, nobody will notice. It's not like I'm going to be painting this on YouTube, so... oh. Never mind. Airbrush cleared out. Tip everything where I don't want it. Right, appreciate there's going to be a long one this one. People are going to be dipping in and out. Not everyone's going to stay the course. That's fine. Just happy that people are seem to be showing an interest. That's cool. But if you do have to drop out, kind of cool if you could drop a like or something like that. It does help the channel grow. Helps more people see the channel. Cost you nothing. If you find you do like what I'm doing and you want to support me in other ways, there are many ways. In the video description and channel description, I have an affiliate link for Element Games. So you follow the link and use the code, which is also in the description, and you get double store credit. And they will ship to the States. They won't ship Games Workshop to the States though, because they can't, because Games Workshop reasons. But they usually have a hefty discount on most products, so it's worth looking. And if you use the link I provided, it helps me out and helps the channel out. Everybody wins. I'm just cleaning off my airbrush because I think I'm done with it for the time being. There we go. Let's flick that off and find a paintbrush. Let's get rid of that. That's properly dead now. I may have to dash off at short notice because I'm waiting for a delivery from a popular worldwide delivery company. Shouldn't be until much later, but you know. It's the middle of the day here, and the longer the stream goes on, the more chance there is of someone coming and knocking on the door. So, but you know, I have a screen for such occasions, and I will be back presently. That's no good. That's not a good brush. I'll use that brush. That's a 0. That's too small. That's too big. Number 6, that'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Many years ago, I used to date a French girl who thought the phrase "that'll do" was hilarious, just for the way it sounds. Apropos of absolutely nothing. Right, okay. Do you know what? I've not tried Rattling Grime yet. I'm going to see what this looks like. But I'll pop that down there because the base of the wood is going to be wildwood. Diluted a bit. But before I do that, I am going to give Rattling Grime a go. Let's have a quick look and see what that, because I might make more use of the ooh. Now then. Oh, that's rather nice. I've not used this before, but that is rather nice. Oh, that's got applications. I don't know whether I'll use it for this particularly. But that is lovely. That's one of the new contrast paints. Yeah. No, you know what? I think I am going to use that. But, give it a quick side by side with the wildwood in a sec. I feel no shame at all using contrast paints. They make life easier. And I'm A-okay with making life easy. Things might be a bit more involved if I was doing a competition job, but I don't do competition jobs. Things might be more involved if I did commissions, but I don't do commissions, so that sort of a dark browny grey, which is more than adequate for what I need. That's quite nice. Look at that. Because my Sylvaneth tends to have fairly grey bark anyway, so that's perfect. But let's give the wildwood a go as a compare and contrast. So this is the wildwood. There might be a bit too much water in that. Let's get a bit more wildwood in the go. Yeah, that's much more brown, as one might expect, but still pretty good. I'm not averse to using both of these actually. Create a bit of variation in the unit. It's going to be subtle variation though. Like barely noticeable. Yeah, that's not too bad at all. But then I knew that was going to turn out more or less okay. Just for the sake of completeness, let's skip the... because this is another sort of dark grey brown colour. This is the Garagax sewer. Which again works really, really well. Oh, I love this stuff. I mean, I wasn't intending this to be a testing of Games Workshop's new contrast colours, but damn me, that works really well. Thing of beauty. In fact, that works very well. Oh, have I found something else which I really, really like the Garagax sewer? I think I have. That's a thing of beauty. Yeah. So that's the Skaven Blight Dinger-like, which is quite cool. That's the Garagax sewer, which is immense. But it is kind of like the Wildwood. I think I like the Garagax sewer. That's yeah. Okay, let's get another one done with the Garrigax sewer, and then we'll do another one with the rat thing. Ratmen Grime, or whatever it's called, Rattling Grime. Rattlings. Rattlings are halflings, aren't they? They're not particularly grimy. Yeah, on my AdMech I use this this for undercoating copper and bronze and brass and things, and it's just, oh, beautiful. Let's get some wildwood on the trunks of the trees. There we go. Let's do that one as well. Because I forgot they were standing on trees. The little branchy things. Well, that's a statue. Ha! Look at that. That's quite cool. Okay. Guess we're using something else on that bit then. It does lend itself to the sort of shrine vibe there. There we go. That was going to be the rattling grime, wasn't it? Let's use that then. Right, so leave that to dry for a second. And I'm going to take a tiny little break. I shall be back in a very short moment. And back. How are we doing on the drying? Right. Something I have noticed about the new contrast paints is they can take a little bit longer than normal to dry. Something of which to be aware. Right, so as I'm looking at these, I'm trying to make some decisions. The other haunted twig bits of my army, the spirit part, I use athematic blue. But I have also used thinned down telesar. Helicopters, because of course. Thinned down telesar blue. So I'm not particularly uniform with them. I'm wondering because my army is kind of autumn themed. I'm wondering if let's prep something and have a go, because I've got a spare face on this, so I'm just gonna give something a quick go. Pop that down there, like that. Just get a bit of primer on the go. Just prime that up quickly. Hey Joe, how you doing? Just get that drying for a sec. It's not going to look particularly even because I'm not going to get my airbrush out just to prime ahead. That doesn't make sense to me. I might do a couple of coats to get an even coat on there. But it's just for experiment. I've been doing good. The new models are good. I like them. They're not as fiddly as they look. I've had a long discussion with myself about whether I particularly care for the bugs that carry the sticks. I don't particularly care for the bugs that carry the sticks. However, looking at the model, there's not a lot further option. It was suggested that I perhaps cut the wings off the bug. I just stick the wings straight on, but it doesn't quite work because that's tree back there. That's not spirit. If that was spirit, then you could do that, but no. Okay, we're not quite dry yet. All right. Okay. Yeah, these new contrasts do take a very long time to dry. But I am in love with this stuff. This stuff is very good. Gosh, everything's taking a little while to dry. Get a fan involved in things. Is it going to help things dry? I mean, logically it should. Who won your game of 40k? Or is that a secret? Oh, did you do that? You did go to Warhammer World again? That's almost dry. Night Lords triumphed. Who were you playing? Well, I know who you were playing against, but the Necrons again. It's almost dry. 100 points in Tempest of War versus Neck. What? A victory point. Victory points? Because otherwise that's a very small army. That's less than a unit. Yeah, I'm guessing that means victory points. Right, okay, I was going to look at, what was that? Oh, distracted, right. Oh yes. Right, let's see whether I like the look of this. This is Berserker Bloodshade. Add a little bit more liquid to it. Doesn't look terrible. Do it. That doesn't look terrible. No, I think I'm going to go with Athematic Blue. I'm going to check it out on that one. Although, that would look quite cool on Spite Revenants. These are very definitely elfy, rather than dryady. Right. Obliterators, yes, I've been looking at obliterators. I've been trying to put some obliterators together. I've got one obliterator, and I was trying to assemble my second one, but it is missing an arm, so I couldn't find the other arm. So I went to the trusty land of the 3D printer. So I've got a proxy for him until I can get some official models. Yeah, I think it looks alright. About the same sort of, maybe a little bit smaller than the other the official model. tiny bit. But yeah, not too bad. So that'll do until I can get an official model. Right. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ooh. No. Okay. Now then. Right. Maybe. Oh. Ooh. Shall we try? Is that the one? Are you the one? You are not the one. No, that's not the one. We won't use that. We won't use that. What we are going to do though is finish off the wood before we get too involved in that. And for that, we need a dry brush. And a small one at that. So I will go to my pit of dry brushes. That one will do. Or will it? I might use that one instead. This one's dead number 4. This one's actually a makeup brush, or was. These are fantastic makeup brushes. At some point, I will get around to getting some Artis Opus proper dry brush ones, because for everyone I've actually spoken to, they're really, really good. But they are not cheap. However, if you want to get them cheaper than anywhere else I've seen them, there is a link in the description to this video. If you follow that, you will find them discounted. And if you follow the link, it helps the channel. And if you use the code, you get double store credit. And I get store credit as well, so you know. Off you hop. Daddy needs his store credit. Okay, that was major creepy. I didn't say that. Okay, right. We are going to use a bit of Mechanicus Standard Grey. I'm just going to get most of that off. And very, very careful. Just a bit of dry brushing to get a bit of grey going on there. You did give me store credit, Joe. You did. And thank you, but there are other people that haven't. There was actually a brand new person on earlier. Brand new. Wasn't even a collector of Warhammer. It just stumbled across me because he'd been watching D&D videos or something and the algorithm just fed me to him. See, there's a bit of grey going on there now. Adds a bit of colour variation. Adds a bit of contrast. And because my Sylvaneth are very sort of wintry or autumnal kind of themed. And a lot of tree bark, it's not brown, it's grey anyway. This is more or less my dryad recipe. More or less. Not that I've painted anything Sylvaneth for a long, long time. I thought I'd better get back into it, seeing as there's a brand new battle tome out. And they've got a lot more tricks. They're very tricksy. Far more tricksy than I remember them. And far more tanky as well. They've got a lot more things that give wounds back to them, and some of their magic's really, really cool at just healing them. There was a... I'm nowhere near the battle tome at the moment, but there's a spell which, if I read it correctly, which I'm not guaranteeing, it gives you a wound back on the caster every phase. That's right, every phase between casting and the following your following command phase. Which is potentially a lot of wounds. Because then you've got your movement phase and your shooting phase, and I'm getting all this wrong because I've not played AOS in a long, long time, but there's a lot of phases. A lot of phases between one command phase and your following command phase. Because then your opponent gets a lot of phases as well. And you get a lot of wounds back for that as well, because it does say every phase. It doesn't say every one of your phases. So you've just been beaten on Alariel for a couple of turns. She throws off that. And suddenly she's got an awful lot more wounds back in phases that you can't really do much about it. Anyway, yeah, they're a bit more tanky these days. And there's a cool seasons thing as well. There's a spring, summer, autumn, whatever, and it gives you different buffs and debuffs. It's something you choose at the beginning of the game, and it doesn't change. But it makes things interesting. I know, right? Wood elves and tanks. Yeah, who'd have thought? Yeah, it's regrowth is pretty cool, and this spell, which I can't remember for the life of me what it's called, and I'm nowhere near my battle tome, but yeah, it's yeah. There you go, Joe. It's just whoop! I'm not hurt anymore. Crazy, crazy. Right, one of these had a statue on the base, and I was gonna. Right, okay, let's sort that statue out. And for that, we are going to use one of the new inks. We are going to use Mortarian Grime, wherever that is. Oh, that's not an ink, is it? That's a contrast paint. Where did I put it? Is that it? No, that's Skeleton Horde. Although I need that for the thingies. Where did I put my Mortarian Grime? Maybe we won't be using Mortarian Grime. Oh, is that it? That's it. Yeah, it is a new shade. Let's get that good and washed. So yeah, I think the order of the day is to protect your casters, or make sure you've got access to that thing that enables a hero to unbind spells. Otherwise, you could be fighting a big caster like Alariel, or I think Dryker is also a caster. You could be fighting them for a very long time. Right, so that's mortar and grime on the statue, which doesn't look particularly good on camera, but it looks alright in person. It's yeah, it looked pretty good. It's alright. Right. Okay, don't need that anymore. Put that away. That's the grey. Might use a bit of grey sear though. Tiny bit of grey sear, just to pick out the. Oh, that needs a good old shake. You go there. You go there. You go there. You go sand over there. Did I just knock the camera? Probably did. Give me grey sear a shake. That's what she said. For this I will use this number 4. It's a bit more controllable. Yeah, this spell has a casting value of 9, I think, so it's not an easy thing to get off, but... But then I think you can get bonuses for being near wildwoods and all sorts of other stuff, so... Not out of the realms of possibility that you could be facing this thing. Right. Super light, just on the upper raised areas with the grey sear. We're not going to take the highlights any higher than this. I don't think this will do for the wood. I'm looking at the top of that arrow, which was painted with contrast, frost heart contrast. It's growing on me. It's got to say, it is growing on me. again. Cool. Over there. Thing to do a side by side, wouldn't it, really? There's a bit of a thematic blue. Oh, that's getting a bit dried out. Give that a quick squidge of not water. Let's find my master medium, which is somewhere around. There it is. Couple of drops of that. Flip closed, give it a good old shake. Right, where's the one with the blue there? And it's hard to see on the camera. Now I think what I'm going to do is I will go with the thematic blue. Is what I'll do. And to do that, yeah, that'll do. Drop it. To do that, I will actually need a tiny bit of no, that's wrong colour. There it is. Because we painted over some of the ghosty bits, we're going to go back in with some white ink, which is going to elevate everything right back up again. I'm going to get some proper glow going on. This is a spot of OSL here. Night, Joe. Sleep well, etc. There we go. Oops. There we go. There we are. Right. Now this stuff does have a tendency to reactivate if you aggressively brush stuff onto it. That stuff, just in case anyone was wondering. But it does create a wonderful base for OSL, which is where we're going next. Okie then. We are going to hit a little bit of airbrush flow improver in there. Then, going to get our thematic glue. So a little bit up there, drop, 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 that should do. The rest of that can go back in there. Clean out the pipette. Close that back. A bit of a wish wash around. Look at that. Anyway, okay, cool. Who's dry? You're dry. See, white doesn't actually show up too well on this. I think you might have to check the pictures that I put on Instagram after the stream to get a full appreciation of what this looks like. It's proper bright, ethematic blue. Just gently putting that around the edges, because you want the brightest parts on the model, in the center of the model, where the light's coming from, is going to be brightest. There we are. Gently around the edges. I'm going to hit this up with an ink as well, just to get into the recesses. And then we're probably going to go over the top with some white ink again. Just to bring the glow back up to bright white. Maybe we can afford to go a little bit deeper with the thematic glow. Here we are. Okay, done with the airbrush again. Let's see if we can get some light off the subject, and maybe we're going to be able to pick up on the colour a bit better. Because it was starting to look a bit washed out. How about that? Is that going to look any better? Yeah, I mean that looks slightly better. I mean it's not as vibrant as it is in person. It's quite washed out. I think what we're going to do is we're going to try and introduce a little bit more contrast into that with some of this stuff. And if you're new to the stream, you possibly don't know what this is. This is equal parts Seraphim Sepia and Agrax Earthshade with some Lamia Medium in it. And this is an all-purpose wash. It goes on almost everything. Okay. If we apply this carefully. Away from your OSL. Let's get some on there as well, on the skulls. It just goes over everything. I mean, you made enough of it, you could dip with this quite easily, and it wouldn't look terrible. That's around the back, so we can stick that in there as well. Okay, so that's created a bit more contrast between light and shade. I like that. Let's get in there. Find another dry one. The other thing what we'll do is, even if you've got subtly different colours on the browns like I have, it'll leave you with a subtle difference, but it will tie everything together as well. So you'll end up with your army looking unified, which is kind of what you want. And it blends in the OSL in places where it needs it, like there. Of course, knowing me, not having seen my Sylvaneth army for a while, I should really have looked at my Sylvaneth army before I started painting these guys, just to make sure I was getting everything right. But I kind of remember the recipe, and this is kind of what it is, and with a bit of luck, they'll slot right in. Well, they're looking pretty cool through Mark 1 eyeball, I'll give you that. Unfortunately, I can't let you see my corn eyeball because I need them. Oh, there's a few more skulls around on some of these bases, isn't there? So let's get them. Get them done. And again on that statue, I'm just a little bit of gunk around that. Do this whole tree stump in it, because why not? That looks like rock or something, so all that in it. Just trying to use up what I didn't use here, really, more than anything else. That is what it is. Cool. Right. Pop that aside. Clean brush. Actually, potentially a new brush because I'm going to ouch. Yeah, that'll do. That's a 2. That'll do. I'm going to use a product which I've told everyone not to use because I'm fickle like that. But there's a method in my madness, and the method is I need a clean bit of palette, so I'm going to use a sheet from that. I would not suggest people use this because it will dry paints out very, 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 very fast. That seems to be what it's designed to do. This has a shiny side and a not shiny side. Like an idiot, I pulled the paper out and I can't see which is which, so we're just going to use the palette as intended. Fold that round to the other side so we know we've got the right side in front of us. There we go. And we are going to work with some ink. So that'll take a while to dry up. See it there? Clean number 2 brush. Do I really want to do that now? I mean, yeah, I kind of do, but I'm not going to because I want to get some deeper shadow into the into some of the detail on the model. So I'm going to use this. I'm going to use some neat contrast paint. Use a nice big brush because it comes to a nice point. Yes, Jamie, that's exactly what it does. And you see what I'm doing there? I'm just sort of picking out what would be deep areas of shade, although they're not really deep areas of shade because they're giving off light. But it's just to get a bit more definition in the model. Add some detail. again. And there's ritual scarring and all sorts of stuff going on here, so I just want to get a bit of extra contrast there, just so they'll show up. Seem to have missed a bit of this model entirely, so I'm going to give that a once over with the contrast paint as well. Maybe just outline the face here. So that she shows up a bit better. I don't know whether you can see that. Kind of it's a heart with an arrow through it. Oh dear. It's always nice when you can find a sculptor's little joke like that. There we go. Okay, up there, and now we're going to start working with our whites. Welcome back, Arnold. Yeah, there's a bit of colour going on. So really this is just for highlighting, just going over the highest areas of a thing, just to bring up the glowy quality of it all. Might get a bit more contrast paint back there because I think I missed that on my first pass. So again, I'm not being particularly fussy about this. It's just sort of getting it on the raised areas. Pick out the muscles if you can, but you know. All you're really concerned with doing is raising the light values to get that more of a glowing effect. And you could almost dry brush it. I suppose you could dry brush it. That would work. So you don't need too much, or in fact you don't want too much shade on these ghosts, but you need enough there to differentiate between raised and recessed areas. But too much shade, you lose that glowing effect. Now, the reason I'm using ink for this rather than a white paint is because it has a semi-translucent quality to it and blends itself in a little bit better. So it's not quite as powdery either. Yet to decide what I'm going to do with the bows. I don't actually have a Sylvaneth with bows until now. Swords and things I've gone kind of down the amber route. I may do the same with the bow. Oh, I'm going to have to get the airbrush out again in a minute because I didn't prime the bugs. That is a thing what I did not do. See, Arnold. So that's more or less them done. Bar the odd bits of detail around. I need to do something with the bugs. I need to figure out what I'm going to do with them. The bug quivers, I mean. What I might do with them is I might get... No, not that. No, that'll do. This is... Oh, what did I do there? Oh, I didn't want to do that. Okay. Use the bigger brush. This is Black Templar Contrast Black. I'm just going to give these a once over because I have a feeling what I want to do with these guys is cover them in pearlescent colour shift paint. Or at least part of them. To give that sort of iridescent bug's wing effect on the bug's wings. Plus, you know, it gets colour on the miniature. Oh, that's a different type of bug. Oh. There's a moth. Well, black again. Then again, with Dreadwood Glade, the dark colours are very much on brand for them, so it's all good. To move in a minute. Been sat still for an awfully long time. And my old body is beginning to seize up. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick one of these bugs. That looks okay on my champ model. Maybe not that one. Maybe that one. Yeah, that looks cool. And I'm going to paint that up. I'm going to put all these aside and finish them later. Just concentrate on the main one model at the moment, because I think I'm going to have to wrap this up soon. I'll pop you over to the side for a sec. Get the airbrush back on the go. That said, if I'm going to prime one, I might as well prime them all, even if I don't paint them all. There's 4, where's the other one? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I really am going to have to move soon. How long have I been going? 4 hours, man. Christ. Four-hour stream, ladies and gentlemen. 4 hours of me painting and chuntering away to nobody. Only just begun. Well, yeah, only just begun. I mean, another hour or so I can get them done, but I really gotta. Well, another 2 hours maybe, and they'll be good to go. But 4 hours including assembly, that's not too bad. 4 hours including assembly and talking to people. And figuring out what I'm going to be doing and things. I mean, of course, the other option is I shut the stream down for a bit, have a break, have a walk around, a bite to eat, coffee, and then do a finishing up stream later. That's the other option. Don't know whether people will be up for that. Yeah, quite you. Your 4 more hours. Get a break every couple of hours when I'm at work. And I get paid for that. Really is on its way out. I mean, in all seriousness, I could legit do another stream tonight once I've had a break and a bite to eat and what have you. I'm get these things finished off today. If people will be interested in seeing that, don't mind doing that at all. I'd only be sat watching Netflix otherwise. Or maybe I'll consider that. I can't see how many people are watching. How many people are watching, Jamie? You're moderately paying attention. I'm going to go with not many. 2, 3. Yeah, that's what I figured. So I picked the wrong day to do this. Because ordinarily people like Mick the Machine and what have you be in here going, ah. Dumping tips in the pot and all sorts of stuff. But no, he's off playing Age of Sigmar, because, yeah. So that's what the cool kids do. Right, okay. I think I'm almost definitely done with the... No, I'm not. No, I'm not. So near yet so far. I'm not done with the airbrush. Because of course I've got to put colour on the wings. And the bug. And all that stuff. Right, so... And if I'm doing that, I might as well do all of them. Let's use this. Let's use Pilar Glacier for the bug's wing. No. Yes. Yes. No. Yeah. Let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Let's get a bit of Pilar Glacier going on. There's a little bit of Aethermatic Blue in there. That's all right. Don't care about that. Yeah, a bit of Pilar Glacier. This really is subtle. Pilar Glacier is almost an ink. It's that thin. One done. Two. Get a bit more on that, otherwise I'm going to run out. On that. You could absolutely brush this on. It doesn't need to be airbrushed. You tend to get any more even coat with an airbrush. More of that second coat on there, then perhaps deepen it down a bit. Still don't know what's going on over here. Sort of paint's not sticking to the model. So we want a bit more deep colour near the base of the wings, near the body. There we are. Now I'm done with the airbrush. For reals. For really reals until... Nope, I really am done with the airbrush. Right, okay. Okay, we were going to use that on the character, that one there. So we'll put these to one side for a bit. I mean, already that's looking pretty special. But we're going to go in. Yeah, for real. For really, really, really reals. For reals. For realsies. Faux show. I is done in it bled. Now. Oh, come on, dry. Dry. Make with the dry. Let's see what's going on with this guy. Can we, anything we can do with this guy? Yeah, there is. He's a character, so we can start adding a little bit more detail to him. Wraithbone. We've got a different sort of wood going on there. That's probably a wraithbone charm of some sort. Well, probably a bone charm. I'm not keen on giving my Sylvaneth metal anything. It's not as if they would be completely without a source of metal. And it's not to say they couldn't work it if they wanted to work it, but why would they want to work it? probably going to be amber. Yeah, that kind of thing. So all my Sylvaneth have lots of bone and amber and antler and all kinds of other stuff going on. And that's just made the decision about the bow. Excellent. We will go with a bone bow. The arrows are made of magic, so we won't worry too much about them. I'll just use a bigger brush for that. I think I might go with amber tips on the arrows though, because that could look quite cool. There is something I noticed in the battle tome for these guys, which I didn't notice in the previous incarnation. So it might be a new thing with regards wildwoods. Now wildwoods do not break line of sight for Sylvaneth, but they do for everybody else. Now, if you look carefully at what I'm painting, you will notice that's a bow. I think they've got a 24-inch range off the top of my head. I could very well be wrong. So, and they are mobile as all hell. So if I plonk a wildwood down between you and these archers, I can plink away quite happily, and there's not a thing you can do to retaliate, because if you charge into the wildwood you start taking mortal wounds and all kinds of other crazy stuff. So yeah, funny. which is also going to have a bearing on those Kernoff archers as well. So you might see more of them getting used. Okay, we're going to have a crack at the amber. Yanden. No, we don't want Yanden, we want Nazdrag. Nazdrag yellow. And we're going to try and gem it slightly, but amber doesn't quite behave like gems. There is another little thing I like to try and do as amber, if I can get to it. See if I can get in there with a little bit of ink. And that's these, oh god, what are they called? Lacrimae stones or something. Or waystones by any other name, and these, particularly the elfy ones. I think the Spite Revenant ones might have them as well. They've got a tiny little tear-shaped gem in the centre of the model. And if I'd actually read the codex properly, I'd probably know what they are, but I don't. I'm sure somebody can tell me, but they look kind of cool, and they look, in my case, like they should look like amber. So, oops, that's probably a little bit too much contrast paint on there. A little bit of amber there. And now we reach for the skeleton horde. for our bone. Bone bows. Which kind of elf species am I thinking of that used to have bone bows? There's probably loads of them. There's one in particular. Oh, yeah. Michael Moorcock. The Melnibonéans were famous for having bone bows that were just terrifying. I like what he did with his elves, Michael Moorcock. Normally they're fairly upstanding and righteous, and in most works of fantasy, absolute swines, a lot of them. Chaos worshipping. Okay. Yeah, Elric series, yeah. Probably do with a bit more contrast going on in there somewhere. Let's get the thematic blue out again and do some touch shading. Nope, not that either. I've mislaid a brush. There was a 4 I was using and I don't know where I put it. I guess we're persevering with the 2 then. Shade that down a bit. Some shade going on there as well. Well, I think we're getting there slowly. I'm not completely convinced by the bow. I don't think it looks character enough, but it might once I've got some highlights and things on there. It might come together. But I said I was going to gem that that bit of amber there. You see how it's I've tried to get the Nasdrake yellow more over one side than the other, and hopefully with a small spot of white paint. It's a bit too big. Small spot of white paint in the darker area of the... Let's actually make that darker area a bit darker, shall we? Probably go a bit lighter on the other side. So I've just lightly dipped in the ink, and I'm going the white ink that was left over on the brush. On the brush palette. Oh, yeah. I need to step away for a bit. And that starts looking like a chunk of amber, which is what we were after. And let's go. Once that's looking dry, which it kind of is, the finishing touch for any gem you do is a dollop, and I do mean a dollop, of gloss varnish. You want quite a bit of it so that it pulls under its own surface tension and you get kind of a blob. And once that dries and goes clear, you'll have a gem that looks like a gem. Or an amber weapon that looks like an amber weapon that's highly polished. Right, now where did we get to with this? I'm going to give it till 6, and then I really am going to have to go and get something to eat and have a drink, and for my own health and well-being more than anything else. But we'll see if we can get this this guy looking a bit more spangly. Right. Does that go all the way around? It kind of does. Alright, I don't want to do that. Right. That's Dreadful Visage. Let's see how that works out. This is another new contrast paint. And this might do something interesting. And again, it might wreck everything. No, that's alright, that creates a nice sort of blend. I like that. It's quite a nice shading. I got hold of the Dreadful Visage because I thought it might look like kind of unhealthy psycho flesh kind of vibe to it, but this is quite useful. There's a shade. If you're going for a kind of a grimdark vibe, which I normally do. It's blending quite well as well. That wasn't what I was reaching for. I was reaching for Tricky Violet. You can see what's going on there. It's just adding extra levels of colour and interest to it. And get it going on the other side as well. Bit of finger blending. blend, finger blend, finger blend, finger blend. Right. Reach for the box of tricks because we are gutting up that. We don't need that. Maybe. Yeah, we definitely need that. Yep. Yeah, that could be fun. Yep. Yep. What's that? Yep. Nope, don't need that. Yep. Right. Iridescent shimmers, ladies and gentlemen. Iridescent shimmering. We're going to start off with, let's go with Celestial Azure. Well, we're just going to add that to the odd panel here and there. And this is such a subtle effect. It works a lot better in flesh, I dare say. It's just not going to show up on camera. There's nothing I can do about that, I'm afraid. Because it requires the motion of light to actually give the full effect. But the odd panel in one of these color shifts, and then you switch. That was cobalt blue, wasn't it? Right, okay. So we'll get some purple going on. See, that's a bit more colourful. But it's very much in keeping with what's going on here. And you're going to end up with a really cool sort of stained glass effect going on. And I do mean really cool, so if you're not looking, look. Now, these paints are supposed to go on over gloss black, but they give a really nice sort of iridescent glossy finish in their own right. Okay. I'm going to get a nice emerald green. Actually, no, let's go with a borealis green. You don't necessarily want every panel glistening. But the effect you get is really rather cool. Right, this emerald getaway, I think what we're going to do there is we are going to reach for our rattling grime? Yeah, rattling grime, what up? Just wait for that to dry. Give this emerald getaway a really good shake. There's a couple of places we're going to put that. We're going to put that on the wings here. And that's going to happily shift between green and sort of a purpley colour. Purple, yeah. Green and a very faded, sort of very slight purple colour. In a very bug-like way. I'm just going to do the same on the segmented panels here. because I think there's a definite dragonfly vibe going on here, and dragonflies have these really cool sort of bright metallic looking iridescent bodies. Even over the eyes, and I think we're going to hit that up at the tail with some purple so it stands out a bit more. That's the Martian purple, and I think we're going to call that done. Certainly good enough for government work. Said about super glue. This is one of those instances where super glue is actually quite useful for gluing parts together if they're both painted, because that paint can stop the poly cement from doing its thing. Whereas super glue sticks to itself. Come on. Get on there. Right. Let's get to basing. I went looking for something that I needed in Element Games yesterday in fact, and I couldn't find them, so I'm just going to have to make do with what we've got and experiment a little bit. Right. First off though, I did have a big box of this stuff. This is Geek Gaming Scenics Base Ready Forest Path ground cover. And then I find the box of it, which is there. And we'll top up that box and use the box. Okay. Fast drying basing glue. Again from Geek Gaming Scenics. Little spot there. Little spot there. Little spot there. Get my glue brush, which is that, which I use for spreading glue. It's functionally useless as a brush now. Just use that to spread that around the base there. I've just realised some of the things I need for doing the base are downstairs. And dip that in there, work it around, give it a bit of a shake. Finger in some water, just run that round the base rim. To get all the rubbish off it. And right, what did I use instead of what I've left downstairs? Let's try that. Ooh, right, okay. Got another load of it up here. So this is Clump Flock, mid-green. Again, keep going scenics. Tear off a little bit of that. That's what it looks like. It's flock and it clumps. And that's why it's called Clump Flock. And what you do with that is you get your super glue, which I've now lost. Yep. That has gone. I have put it down somewhere. You can probably see it, because that's exactly how stupid I am. No, I wasn't exactly that stupid. Right. And we're going to stick a few spots of super glue yonder. And this stuff, if you stick it down and give it a bit of a shove, is an instant shrub. And I think we're going to stick another slightly more autumnal, possibly not that autumnal, tuft on the other side. Yes, that'll do. We'll use one of them. Oh, shall we? No, let's use one of them. Now these are all army painter. Right, there we go. That's right. Okay. Let's get another tuft in there. Here's one of them. I can't remember what these are called, but they look like that. Because we've got a convenient spot in between those two skulls there, where we can pop a tuft in there, and then a few more drops of super glue here and there because put another blob there on top of there and there, because in here we have birch seeds that are partially dyed red, and they look like autumn leaves. And then you end up with that sort of thing going on. And that is 2 minutes past 6. So, I think what I'm going to do, let me give you another look, is, there's plenty more I can do to that. I can deepen shadows, and I want to get another couple of layers of highlighting and such on there. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to head off, have a couple of somethings to eat and drink and such, and then maybe consider coming back a bit later on to finish off these things. But I might decide to do it tomorrow instead. So, for those of you who've been good enough to drop by and stick it out and keep me going and chat and such, thank you very much for dropping by. Please stick a like in the in the thumbs up button, because this has been an absolute marathon. Yeah, like, subscribe, do all that good stuff. Make use of that wonderful Element Games link and the code to give you double store credit when you use that to buy all your hobby needs. And I'll possibly see you later. If not, I will see you tomorrow, or if not, I will see you on Wednesday for my usual Wednesday hobby stream. Ta-ta for now.